those of you online, really quick, let me go over just a couple of things. And first off, I did make a mistake. I did not leave your quiz up there, so I am going to leave that up there. So here's what I will do, because it was my mistake. I am going to give you to Wednesday to take that quiz and to turn it in. So come in anytime between now and Wednesday, pick up the quiz, and then you can take that and then turn that in to me. Again, just send that in by Wednesday. My mistake. I apologize. I don't believe anybody came to pick it up, but just in case you did, it was my fault. So I will give you till Wednesday. Your verse quiz, however, and your field notes do need to be turned in by the end of the day today, but I will give you till Wednesday for your book quiz. And again, I do apologize, my mistake on that. And then really quick, couple quick things for you. I've already made the announcement here, made it on Friday as well. This week a little bit different. So your field notes and your verse quiz is on Thursday. I'll continue to give you until Monday to turn those in, but your verse is Romans 8:28 and 29. That is your verse quiz. And let me read off your field notes, okay? That way you can write them down. Again, you can always come in and pick these up or just write them down and save yourself a trip. But you have Monday, which is today, John chapter number 20. John chapter number 20. Tuesday, John 21. And then you will finish the book of John. So Wednesday is Acts chapter 1. Acts chapter 1. Thursday, you don't have anything because we're going to do our verse quiz, and then in here I'm going to grade the field notes. Of course, your big takeaway for the week, and to write your memory verse, Romans 8:28 and 29. So make sure that you guys take care of that and send that over to me. That is your schedule for the week. If you have any questions, let me know, and we can take a look at that. All right, everybody in here, let's go ahead and get your books out. Turn with me to page 187, page 187. And we are going to continue on. Again, as I've already announced, it is a little bit of a different schedule, so just make sure that you are aware of that. We will have a verse quiz on Thursday. We'll go over the verse tomorrow. We already have gone over the verse, so hopefully we have that down pretty well as far as the meaning of that, but we did add verse number 29, and so we will go over that as well. All right? All right, you guys are on page 187. Page 187. Everyone have your books out. Turn there. We are continuing looking through the minor prophets. And so today we're going to knock out this book today and go through the book of Micah and look at some prophecies that are made in Micah, but also what is going on here. So first off, let's knock out that box at the very top. Okay. Oh, you know what? Let me take this over here. That'll work a little better. All right. Introduction to Micah. He is a prophet to Judah. A prophet to Judah. The period that he is in is the divided kingdom. Divided kingdom. And again, divided kingdom just means as after Solomon the kingdoms have been divided. That is all that means. Yes?
Are all of the minor prophets, is the period they're in all divided kingdoms?
Yes. Yeah. All of them are the divided kingdom. It's just how it works out there. Because again, these are coming after Solomon. So all of them will be the divided kingdom. Well, you know what? Yeah. I believe they all are. Some of them are prophesying when some of them are coming back into the nation, but it would still, I guess, be a divided kingdom per se. The historical note, Micah preached during the fall of the northern kingdom. Again, let's go over this one more time. Northern kingdom is another name? Israel. Okay. Israel. What is the capital of the northern kingdom? Samaria. Who was the first king of the northern kingdom? Jeroboam. Okay, so they are divided, and here we see how many good kings did the northern kingdom have? 0. All right, they all turned away from God. Remember, that goes to the very beginning where Jeroboam sets up two different places of worship because he doesn't want the people going back to Jerusalem. So he's going to set up Dan and Bethel so that the people can go and worship their new God there. And so ever since then, we don't see. And some of the worst kings that we see, those of you that we looked at Ahab. Remember, he's the one that went against Elijah. That's in the northern kingdom. Some of the kings in the northern kingdom we're going to see are going to start sacrificing children to idols, different things like that. So really a wicked place it becomes. Then, the message. Great, great message. Be fair, put away idols, and help the poor. Be fair, and we're going to look at this. There's a lot of practical information in here that is good for each and every one of us. And I'm going to read this verse because this is, to me, the main verse in the book of Micah, and I believe such an important verse to us. Micah 6:8. He has showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doth the Lord require of thee. So listen, here's what this verse starts out saying. God has showed you what is good and what he wants you to do. That sounds like it's sort of important. What does he say here? He says, but to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God. To do justly, that means to treat everybody fair. To walk humbly, to be right and not look like think that you're better than anybody else. To love mercy. And that's just to be merciful to people. So a very, very important verse in all of the Bible here. Micah warned that God cared. He saw what they were doing. This is an important thing. He saw what was going on, even though maybe they didn't think that he saw what was going on. You know, this happens with a lot of us. We feel as if we're getting away with something. And what happens when somebody gets away with something, they tend to continue to do whatever it is they're doing. And when we look at God, it's important to realize God does not just come down with that harsh judgment right away because he does love mercy. But understand, God sees everything that we're doing. We are not hiding anything from God. Jonah, who said, remember we looked at Jonah just last week? What was he? He said, God, I know where you want me to go. I'm going to go as far away from there as I can. Like God wouldn't know exactly where he's at. God knows us. He knows the thoughts and intents of our heart, which is even scarier because nobody else knows that. He still loves us. He still has mercy on us. But it's important for us to realize that he does know us. Here's what I want you to work on right now. Get out your Bible. Turn to the book of Micah. Here's what I want you to work on. That first section, page 187 and 188, look up those verses that are mentioned there and write down the sin that you see. Of what sins does Micah accuse Judah? So each one of those verses has a sin that he's accusing Judah of. What are they? The fact that some of you in this room have Micah 2:1 memorized, that you don't even have to look it up, is astounding to me. So way to go on your Bible memorization there. But if you don't have Micah 2:1 memorized, you may need to open up your Bible and look at that. And again, all you're doing is writing down the sin that you see mentioned there. Yes.
I have a question on all the scriptures.
Hmm.
Ephesians 2:1-3. Is Israel cannibalism?
We're going to talk about that.
What should I write down?
Whatever you think it is. He's not actually accusing them of physically doing it, but they're basically taking everything from them. Basically, the term we would use today is they're like eating me alive or something like that, or that's sort of what is going on there. Not actually cannibalism. Yes, sir. Just take the land. Again, Bible times land much sort of a sign of wealth, different things like that. So basically, it's just talking. And we'll talk about it in just a minute. Sure, you put your mask on, please, sir. Yes, sir. What? What's that? Don't you have a mask? All right, go ahead. All right, let's go through some of these. Hopefully you got most of them done already. First off, just to go up a little bit above that, where Micah is at, all right? Micah is going to preach to both the northern and southern kingdoms, and he is going to predict Israel's destruction. So he is going to say this is going to happen. Israel will be destroyed. So he predicts Israel's destruction. He lived, and this isn't really that important to us, but gives you the town that he lives of. But the important thing to understand is this is a town just south of Jerusalem. So if it's south of Jerusalem, it would be a part of the southern kingdom. So he's prophesying about the northern kingdom, but he does live in the southern kingdom there. Then, you guys have looked at this of what sins does Micah accuse Judah. First off, of scheming evil. They're basically coming up with plans of what they can do, of how they can do what they want to do. And again, as long as you have something along these lines, it does not have to be exactly word for word of what is up here, because you're not going to be graded on word for word on that, but hopefully you're looking at it and getting sort of the same type of thing. The second thing, greed and dishonesty. And what does this mean? And you guys read a little bit about that, they're coveting people's fields, they're scheming up of ways to get what people have. Why? Because they just want more. False prophecy. They have people that are going around saying that they're speaking for God, and they're just saying whatever they want. False prophecy. Again, if you do not have, these should be written in, okay? Make sure you have your book out and you are writing these in right now. And then, cheating poor people. One of the main messages you're going to see in Micah is, and even in a few of the minor prophets, is how do you treat somebody that does not have as much as you? And by the way, that's an important thing to God today. I know it's so easy for us to look down on somebody that does not have what we have. And we do that in many different ways today. We look down on somebody that doesn't have the name brand clothes, like somehow that makes them not as important, or they don't have this, or their house isn't as nice, or whatever. How foolish is that? How foolish is that? But not only that, it's easy to look down on people that don't have anything. Listen, you look at our where we live today, homelessness is a huge problem. Now listen, I understand that some of homelessness, maybe a lot of it, is involved with people's poor decisions. But that does not mean that we look down and despise people. We should, to the best of our abilities, try to help people get out of that. And it's so easy to just look down on people, to see, and let me every single person, and I've met a lot of homeless people in this area. And if you listen to their stories, nobody, when they were your age, was ever planning on being there. Through a series of decisions they made. That's why your decisions are so important. That's why, let me say something. One of the big causes of homelessness, of people losing everything, is drugs. Now, drugs are like looked at, I mean, it's amazing to me how mainstream, people that, songs that are popular today can be all about drugs and different references to drugs. As if that is the thing. Understand, drugs can destroy somebody's life. I've met too many people that had a lot going for them. They got involved in drugs and lost everything. Everything. I read a book by probably most of you don't know him. He used to be a Major League Baseball player, a man by the name of Josh Hamilton. Josh Hamilton, when he turned 18 years old, got drafted number 1 out of high school, made like $10 million. Can you imagine that? 18 in the book. He's walking to his classes in high school, and his classmates are stopping him and asking him for autographs. I mean, that's a pretty cool thing. Like, he gets drafted, he goes, but he gets injured. And once he gets injured, he begins to hang out with the wrong people, begins to take drugs, and here's what happens. He loses everything. $10 million is gone. He begins to, it gets so bad that he was married, but they were sort of having a separation because of the drugs he was on. He basically breaks into his house because he wasn't living there anymore, steals his wife's wedding ring, and goes and tries to trade that for drugs. Like, I mean, the guy has, think about this, $10 million. Major League Baseball. He is now out of Major League Baseball because of all of the drugs, all of that. You're saying, how could somebody that's not, I mean, sometimes we just look at these guys like they're, or like they're crazy people, and they just, no. It's very, very easy to get addicted to drugs. And you've got to be careful of that. I just want to warn you. The Bible says we should not be under the power of anything. Today, drugs are becoming legalized in many situations, not because of any real reason, but because putting people that are using drugs in jail is filling up the jail, so we're going to legalize it now because that way we don't have to put them in jail, and now we can get money from it. I mean, that's some of the reasoning behind it. And I just want to be very, very careful on a few things. First off, I think you guys need to make this decision and realize that there is nothing good that comes from that. And it's very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. You say, I would never become addicted. You say that, and so does every other person on the street. I promise you they say that. I promise you. I've talked to them. They never thought that what they did would happen. In fact, Josh Hamilton in his book, if you guys ever want to read it, some of you like reading books, a book called Beyond Belief. And those of you that like baseball, like sports, something like that, it might be a book you're interested in. But Beyond Belief, he says the first time he ever used drugs, he went home that night and said, this will be the only time I ever do that. But he said in the back of his mind, he knew it wouldn't be. The back of his mind. And again, he became so addicted that he basically lost everything. But the great thing is, and sometimes this does happen, sometimes it doesn't. Hamilton in his book says there was a couple times where he came very, very close to overdosing and could have died. But he did get his life turned around, went back into Major League Baseball, and was able to become a success to a point. But one of the things that was interesting, I remember talking to some of you guys might remember Mr. Nieder, because he was here, and we would go watch baseball games and different things. Hamilton always seemed to get hurt. And we were talking one day, like wondering, I wonder if it was like some of the drugs that he has done has just sort of brought down his body enough to where, I mean, when he was healthy, he was amazing. But he always seemed to get hurt. Guys, drugs can be a very, very terrible thing. But I want to say this about drugs. First off, you stay away. And second off, somebody that is on the streets because of drugs, they're not somebody we mock. They're not somebody, understand, that is somebody that God created. That is somebody that Jesus died for. So you want to sit there and make fun of them. That's somebody God created. You can take that up with God. And if you look right here, it seems like he cares a lot about how we treat people that are poor. You say, well, it's their fault. Maybe. I agree with you to an extent. But that doesn't give me the right to do something wrong. So just be careful on that. I understand, man, I was a teenager. I understand it's easy to make fun of people like that. Like, you know, that shouldn't be the case for Christians. It should not be the case. Cheating out poor people, basically a way to take advantage of them. Bribes. People in charge are like, hey, we'll do this, taking some bribes. Witchcraft. Going into things of the occult. Which again, in our society has become more prevalent. Don't fill your mind with things like that. I mean, there's so many movies out there about stuff like that, so much stuff. Be careful. Understand that demons, those types of things are very, very real. And to become focused on that and people that consumes them, it's very, very dangerous. And idolatry. And we've talked greatly about idolatry. Again, we're not saying that you're going to go and bow down to Baal, but if we're not careful, we put a lot of idols in front of God. So these are some of the sins that Micah accuses Judah of. So here's the punishment. Micah's punishment. It will become a pile of rocks where a vineyard is planted. So they have these beautiful vineyards. And again, the northern kingdom at this time, everything is looking good. It's looking like they're financially successful. Their land everything's looking good. But God is saying, okay, where are those beautiful vineyards that you put so much faith in? Soon they will be covered in rocks. And you're like, well, what is that supposed to mean? Here's the problem when there's rocks there. You're no longer able to get into and work on the ground and plant things. So it becomes such a much bigger deal. But not only does he say that will happen, he's also going to say that their idols will be broken. He's saying, hey, you guys, you're trusting your idols. But they will be destroyed. They will not be able to stand. God is passing out judgment because a holy and just God must punish sin. We want that to happen in certain situations, don't we? Listen, we are all okay with God punishing everyone else's sin. We're all okay with that. Because the problem is we worry about everyone else's sin a lot more than we worry about our sin. You do, just be honest. At your house, when your sister or brother does something wrong, you immediately want punishment on that, don't you? Give you a scenario. Maybe one that's happened. How many of you has your sibling ever gone into your room and taken something or broken something? Anybody ever had that happen? What do you want as soon as that happens? Justice, like swiftly. And some of you are like calling for biblical justice. Let's cut a hand off or something like that. That's where you feel like the line should be. You know, I can't believe they did this. They need to be punished for this. But let me give you another scenario. Now, I know none of you would ever have done this. But you walk into your brother or sister's room and all of a sudden, you know what you've done? You've borrowed that item. Right? You've borrowed the item. Now, your brother or sister have stolen the item and need to be punished. Like 5 years in jail may be a fair punishment for that. But when you do it, well, I'm just borrowing it. I was gonna give it back. Right? It's been in your closet for 2 years. But I was gonna give it back. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're all about everybody else receiving punishment. But when it's us, I wasn't taking it. It wasn't a lie. I mean, we could throw out a lot of scenarios where this happens. And what God says is God is saying sin will be punished. And don't worry about everyone else's sin. Look at yourself. Their idols will be broken. Children will be taken into exile. This is Judah's punishment here. Children will be taken into exile. You say, did this happen? We've already looked at Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They were taken into exile from Jerusalem. And they would have been just kids at that time. Jerusalem is reduced to rubble. We have already looked at, remember Ezra, Nehemiah, Zerubbabel, how when they came back after the exile, they had to rebuild everything because it was really completely destroyed. And again, remember, Jerusalem to them was this holy city that would never fall. And God is saying, because of your sin, it will be reduced to rubble, it will be destroyed. And that's exactly what happened. There would not be prosperity. You trust in your riches, you trust in your money, but all of that will be gone, and you will work, but you will be slaves. You will be working for others. You'll work hard, and you'll work, but you'll make nothing. This is a punishment for the sin that is being committed. And the amazing thing is, every single one of these come to pass. We've already talked about, we looked at Daniel as probably a teenager, taken from his home all the way to Babylon, where he would spend the rest of his life. We've looked at Nehemiah coming back and surveying the city and crying because of the destruction that had happened to that city. Ezra coming back and trying to encourage the people, we've got to rebuild this temple. It's been destroyed, but we need to rebuild the temple. All of these things happening. God's promises future rescue. Here's the amazing thing. God is saying there will be punishment, but he is also saying there is hope. Do you understand, with God, there is always hope. The only time that hope is gone with God is when you reject God your entire life and you go to hell, and at that point there is no hope. But until that moment, there is always hope. And so here is what he promises of future rescue. Guys, do make sure your masks are on, okay? A few more minutes and you can take them off for a little bit. In the last days, nations will come to Israel to learn of God, and they will no longer engage in war. This is, by the way, talking about a future event. God will fulfill these promises through talking about the millennial reign of Christ, when Jesus will rule from Jerusalem. And there will be a remnant, there will be a group that will have believed in him, and they will be there with him. And that's, by the way, at the bottom of page 188, that's that little blank there. It should be remnant. Okay, just put that in there. Let me go just maybe one more slide here. God also promises a great ruler will come from Bethlehem. Micah 5:2. But thou Bethlehem Ephratah, though thou be little among the nations. This is fulfilled in Jesus being born in Bethlehem. And they all understood that this was the case, because remember when the wise men come to Herod and ask, hey Herod, where should he be? Where's the king going to be born? Herod asked the religious leaders, and they're like, he's going to be born in Bethlehem. They're getting that from Micah 5:2. All right, write in the rest of those, and then you can be dismissed. All right?
Okay, time to be quiet, please. Okay, now, shh. Let me say this before we get into 107, 108, finish that lesson. This is the end of the grading period this week. We are finishing it a week early this year just because we gave you midwinter break. Okay, so we're just cutting this quarter short 1 week. That's not bad. That's not going to hurt us. But here's what needs to get done. If you have any missing work, I want to make sure DLs are hearing this too. Testing, okay, we're on. If you have any missing work, it needs to get turned in, because any missing work as of Friday will be a 0 in the books. Okay? And that's where it will stay for the third quarter. So make sure you're getting things done. Get things turned in. I will tell you, and I'm going to try to make sure I have everything graded before break. If I don't have everything graded, then I have a few days after break that I can fall back on. But I won't be here during spring break. Going back to Colorado, so I'm not going to take any books. I'm not going to do with any schoolwork that week. So hopefully we can get things done before I leave. But the sooner you get it in, the sooner I can get it graded. And that way, don't wait till Friday to get everything turned in, because then that is a major load on me before break, and it may not get done until after. So it's up to you at this point. Okay? So along the lines of getting your work done, if you saw your grade up here, and let's just say you have a C in the class right now, don't look at that C and say, oh, I got a C. I'm okay with the C. I can just relax this week. I can just kind of float through this week. Well, I've seen students do that, and that last week, their grades tumble. Okay? Or they plummet to the lower end of the scale, just because of 1 week of no work and not do anything. So stay true to yourself, stay strong, finish the week strong, make sure that you've got everything done, everything caught up. If you need something, you need a copy of it for some reason, then please write me a note. Let me know, otherwise I will forget about it and you won't get it. Okay? So please write me a note and get that accomplished. DLs, a little bit harder for you to get me things, so you just need to get those in this week. However you can do that and need to do that, okay? So, looking over the room, right now it's just Jaden that's absent, looks like. Okay. She's here. Okay. Can you believe that March is almost over? Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can finish lesson 107, 108. Now, your homework tonight, and I'll just go ahead and put it up there real quick, is 8.3 and preparing for a quiz tomorrow. Work that was due on Friday was 8.2 and activity 8B. Okay. Was it 8A? Okay. So make sure that that has gotten turned in if you haven't. Test on Thursday. And if we need to, we'll roll that over to Friday. But due to the circumstance, I want to make sure we get that done. Okay. I will make this test open book. Okay. So you should be able to get it done on Thursday if you really work at it. Okay. Friday, deals just to let you know our class may be a little bit shortened. I'm not sure how long it's going to go. But we have a special Good Friday chapel on Friday. So we do not have Bible classes, but we will have chapel. Okay? So we may be starting our class a little later than normal. Just depends on how long that chapel goes. Okay? Just a little bit of heads up, and that's on Friday. So that's why we're doing the quiz or test on Thursday, hopefully. If we don't get the test done before break, we'll finish it after break. It's open book, so I'm not concerned about that scenario. Okay. I'll let you know by towards the end of the week whether or not even this test goes on this quarter or will go on the next quarter. Depends upon how we are doing. Okay, what was the last thing we talked about?
Six-sided cylinder.
Six-sided cylinders or tolerance.
On 107, 108? Oh, I think I'm on the wrong chapter. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it will be. I'm looking at chapter 9, sorry. Okay. Okay, so let me go down. Now where did it go? There it went. Okay. We did that the other day. Did that. We did that. This is where we stopped? Where we're ready for number 4?
Number 4 is the same as number 2.
It is not. Hollow shaped, and number 4 is star shaped with 6 points. What? Okay, these are the forms of snow crystals. You have your star shaped, okay, plates with 6 points. Now, just to give you a comparison, you see the size, you see the quarter in the picture. That's the size of those star-shaped crystals based upon that. Okay. And then number 5, our 5th shape. We are on page 6 of your notes, I believe. Yeah. Right about almost dead center now. Okay. Star-shaped plates with 6 points. Oh, man. Okay. Number 5, dendrite. These are snowflakes with white feathery branches forming what looks like a leaf or a star pattern. Bella, I won't let Joey sit back there.
I'm not Joey. I'm not Joey. Joey's bad. She's not. Listen, see my notes? They're all filled out.
I know. If I let you, then I've got to let. I gotta let.
You have plenty of reasons to let Joey not.
It's not the same as.
If I let you sit back there, then I gotta let Destiny sit back there.
What do I gotta do with this?
Okay.
You won't hear my voice. She likes class. You don't want it.
Okay. What's good for one is good for the rest of the class.
Can I hold your hand? Just one.
Now, if we were in our normal class period, there would be no assigned seats. Okay. Generally, I don't, unless you are bad. Okay. Okay. But please move back to your seat. Okay. Dendrite, our fifth form of a snow crystal. Now, here's some types of snow. First of all, you got dry snow. Okay. Have you ever tried to make a snowball out of dry snow?
Yes.
Yes, it's impossible.
It's impossible. Dry snow is like that artificial snow that they spray out or that you put on a counter at Christmas time, and it's just those little white little pebble type things. Okay, you can't do anything with it. Okay, exactly. The only thing that dry snow is good for is the left picture, snowing. Snowing in fresh powder, even though I've never done it. It looks fun. Or tubing. I've done tubing. But that's basically the best thing for dry snow.
Snowboarding.
You have wet snow. This is the snow that compacts itself. This snow is the snow that's good for making a snowman. Okay? Or having a good snowball fight with. Okay? Because you reach down, compact it real quick, and you can throw it. Okay?
How could you say that? Because I gotta look like
I could see that a little bit. Now, some intensities of snowfalls. First of all, we have what called just a light snow. Okay? A snow with the visibility over 1/2 of a mile. So it's snowing, but you can still see a good long distance out there. Okay? It's just coming down so gently. So beautiful. Okay? Just covering the mountainside, just covering the rooftops, just glazing the trees, and pretty much light snow. Yes, ma'am. You have missing work. Moderate snow. This is a snowfall with a visibility between 1/4 of a mile and 1/2. So things are starting to get a little bit more cloudy. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not denying that. I'm not calling you a liar. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, moderate snow. Then you have a heavy snow that should be underlined, sorry. A heavy snow with a visibility less than 1/4 of a mile. So see how it's going? Light snow, 1/2 mile. Moderate, 1/4 to a half. And a heavy snow, less than 1/4 of a mile. Okay? Huh? This gets dangerous, yeah. This is when the roads get start getting slick. Okay? Now, the categories, now that was the intensities of them. Here's some snow categories. You have what's called a flurry. This would be in your light snow realm. Okay? Brief period of light snowfall that results in little or very little accumulation or no accumulation. Okay? It just basically covers the ground. That's what we got last year. Here was just enough to cover the grass. Okay? And yet it didn't totally cover the grass. All the blades were still sticking up. Okay? Flurries, a snow squall. Okay? This is a brief but intense snowfall lasting only just a short time. Okay? So the picture on the left, that would be done in maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes, a short period of time. Because the sidewalk wasn't cleared off at the time, probably. Right. So you went from the left to basically the right scenario. The heavy snowfall accumulates 4 inches or more in 12 hours, or even less, or 6 inches or more in 24 hours or less. Okay, so this is snow that's going to quickly cover a car, or make huge snow drifts if the wind is blowing. Okay, or going to have a pile of snow on top of the roofs that eventually is going to come down and knock somebody in the head if they're not aware of it. Okay? This is when the snowplows have to come out and dig you out. And sometimes they don't come out, depends upon your neighborhood, and then you have to shovel it out or snow plow it out or whatever you want to call it. Okay? Huh? Yeah. They are nice. They are nice. Had one in Colorado before I moved here. That was nice. Okay, then you have a blizzard. This occurs when heavy snow and winds are at least 35 miles per hour prevailing for 3 hours or more. A blizzard. And these are type where you don't want to get out in. Okay? It is very treacherous. Okay? But this guy is a good, humane person. These dogs needed to get out. They'd probably been cooped up for 2 or 3 days, and he had to get out. He had to get out himself. Okay? Blizzard. Number 5. This is called a whiteout. A whiteout because you can't see anything but white. Okay? Unless you are really close. And in these type of storms, the picture on the right, when you're driving, that's the way the snow is looking as it's coming towards you. The snow may be falling down, but when it's coming towards you, when you're driving through it, you are getting the effect of that snow blowing right at you like that. Okay? And a lot of times it is blowing sideways or relatively sideways and creating this whiteout situation. We driving through. Have I ever told you guys about my whiteout experience in Colorado? Okay, I will. We lived in Denver area, and we had traveled to Denver, Colorado. Denver's in basically the very middle of Colorado. Okay, almost the dead center. And we had a basketball game that we needed to go to, but it was in. I was teaching there. Man, now I can't even think of the city, but it was in the southwest corner of the state. Okay, so it was like a 2 to 3 hour drive to get there. Okay, now when we went, it was fine, and as we were playing the game, the other school's administration came up to me and said, it's starting to snow out. And the report is that they're going to be closing the roads here pretty soon. And so you have a choice. You can try and go if you want to, or we can figure out some accommodations for you. So we talked about it, and the game got over, and we decided, well, we'd really like to get back. So we headed back, and as we passed this one section where they closed the road after us. Okay, and so as we were traveling, we were in a caravan, okay, or a convoy, I should say, convoy. There was like 3 or 4 different vehicles, and we were following this truck, semi-truck. And the only thing, the snow was just blowing sideways, okay? And the only thing that we could see, the only way we knew where we were on the road, and these were mountain roads, the only way we knew where we were is by every now and then we had to look outside the car window, roll it down, look outside and just see if we could indicate where we were. We were following the truck. We felt if the truck went off, we would be able to tell if he went off, and we'd be able to avoid it. Anyway, this whiteout is just like what it says. The visibility is almost zero, okay? But the thing is, as we were driving through this whiteout, couldn't see the road, couldn't hardly see anything around us except for this truck in front of us. And I was in the front of the convoy, and other cars were behind me. And they could only see the back end of each car that they were behind. Well, when we opened the window and looked up, it was clear sky. It was just blowing so much sideways that it was blowing all the snow from the mountainsides across the road, okay, and high enough to where you couldn't see unless you looked up. And then it was clear sky. It was almost like being in the middle of a tornado scenario, the eye of the tornado, where everything's calm as you look up. But this is what that it's like, and it's not a fun situation. It is a very nervous. It is a scary situation based upon, especially if you're in the mountains, accordingly. Okay, now our third type of precipitation is the hail, okay, or hailstones. These are layered balls of ice that form in a strong thunderstorm and then fall to the ground. Now, a hailstone occurs because as it gets heavy, it drops, and then it gets pushed back up into the cloud. And then it gets more moisture, more ice. Then it falls a little bit and it gets pushed back up. It keeps going up and down for a while until it gets so heavy that the saturation of the cloud, can't hold them anymore, and these fall to the ground. Sometimes they're baseball size. Sometimes they're pea-sized, okay, marble-sized. Generally they're marble-sized, but sometimes they get big like this. And when they get large like this, they are very dangerous, and they will break windshields and break anything that they hit, in essence, if it hits it right. But this is hail that comes to the ground. We've all had a little bit of hail here. Okay, more of the now I can't even think of the title of it. Sleet type thing, but sleet is a form of a hail. It's kind of in between the snowflake and the hail aspect, only very small. Hail. These types of hails, you got a glazed ball of ice. This is what's called transparent ice. Glaze. It's opaque, but it's kind of a crystal, a clear crystal. Not in that size, no. Now, depends on how small it is, then you might be able to. Like some of those, you could see, especially on the right, you can kind of see through some of those. Okay. Huh? Because they are crystal forms. Because they've been broken off. Depends on how they form. Okay, glazed hail. Rime hail is your milky ice looking balls of hail. So see the difference here? More clear, more of a glazed look. The rime, more of a milky look.
Oh, like you almost know.
Uh-huh. Hailstones, the size of them depends upon the strength of the storm's updraft. Okay? So like I was saying, the updraft of the storm keeps pushing them back up into the storm. They form heavier, and so the more times that they get pushed back up into the updraft, the larger that hailstone is going to get. By the way, it's good to see the DLs online. Okay. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Okay. The largest hailstone fell in Aurora, Nebraska in 2003. It had a diameter of 7 inches. 7 inches is probably 2 or 3 of the baseballs. Okay. Well, this is the biggest one that has been recorded. Let's put it that way. Okay. The heaviest fell in Coffeyville, Kansas in 1970. It weighed 1.67 pounds. Okay. It and spanned 5.67 inches. Okay. So not quite as big as the 7-incher, but almost. Okay. Just probably because of the content of it. Okay. To that one? That one I don't know. I think there's in mine. Do you need it? Okay. Let's do it right after class, okay? Okay? Now, a drought. A drought is just a phenomena that occurs when an area receives abnormally low amounts of precipitation over a long period. Okay? There's different kinds of droughts that go on, but this is the definition of it. Okay? Drought. D-R-U-G-H-T. Conditions for a drought. You have regions will begin to go through a dry period. Air above an area creates a region of high pressure, and that's when a drought is produced. Severity of a drought depends upon the size of the area affected, the amount of precipitation that the area is lacking, and the strength of or the length of time an area is affected. Okay? So conditions, different than the strength of them or the severity. So here's some types of droughts. You have what's called a meteorological drought. This is a drought in which an area's current precipitation is lower than the area's typical precipitation for a relatively long period. We're not talking about a month. We're talking about more into the years, maybe into long months, okay? 9, 12 months to a year, if not longer, that we're not getting the precipitation that we need or are accustomed to, and therefore this is what's going to happen to the area. The ground is going to start cracking. It's going to become a desert look of an area. Those are your meteorological droughts. Okay? California. An agricultural drought. Okay? This should tell you right now, agriculture, that's dealing with plants. Okay? A drought in which an area's precipitation cannot supply enough moisture to the ground to support the area's crops. Okay? So these crops are basically being ruined because there's no air, or no water, excuse me. And if they wanted to preserve their crops, they would have to find some way to bring that water in. Okay? Pumping it in. You probably can't dig a well because there's no water in the ground because it's been dried up. Okay, so they would have to figure out somehow to get that water to these plants. An agricultural drought. Okay, letter C. A hydrological drought. Hydrological. A drought in which a meteorological drought affects an area's groundwater, streams, lakes, and reservoirs. So everything starts drying up. There's very little water in the ditch. The lake is starting to dry up. It's decreasing. And probably because it's decreasing, there's probably very little fish and things that people can't do any activities on it because of the lack of water. A hydrological drought. Areas are drying up. A socioeconomic drought. This is a drought that is not based on the physical water shortage, but the water shortage's effects on people. Okay? So a lot of our third world countries go through this a lot because they don't have the water supplied to them enough to be able to live properly. So people live in a poverty realm. They die of starvation because of this. They die of lack of water. Okay, so it's how the drought is affecting the people themselves. That's socioeconomic. And there's your homework, 8.3 and quiz 25 tomorrow. Test on Thursday. Be ready for that. Make sure you have everything you need for that test. DLs, same way here. Okay, so that's your homework for tonight. Okay, everybody done with that?
No, go back to A. Yeah, can you go back to B?
Okay, DLs once again, 8.3. Reading the pages 238 to 239 and then preparing for quiz 25. Not open book. You get the stapler. Okay. D, socioeconomic. Socioeconomic. Hydrological. Common day. What was B? Did you get it? Cody, up with us? B, you got B? A was meteorological. Okay, DLs, I'm going to cut you off or sign off here just few minutes early. So work hard, get that missing work in, and then we can deal with it. Okay, we'll see you later. Bye bye.
Page 280 in your literature books. For those of you in distance learning, please comment if you are. All right. Okay, let's turn to page 280. Let's look at Amy Carmichael. Amy Carmichael is an author to know. Okay. The Last of Fire. Let's read the intro, okay? But in this poem, Amy Carmichael, she prays to God to make his children mountaineers, or people who climb, people who keep pushing forward, as like a mountaineer would do when they're climbing a mountain. Yes. Page 280. Huh? Not yet. I didn't say it yet. Okay. Amy Carmichael. Okay. 2 Timothy 4:7 says, I have fought a good fight. I have finished the course. I have kept the faith. Throughout our Christian lives, we're going to face obstacles and struggles that will test our faith. Amy Carmichael describes these moments that we might face as climbing a difficult mountain. Despite the fear and struggles, we keep climbing to the top to complete the task. Obviously, you guys already know, you've lived long enough to know that a lot of people go through trials. And in this poem, Amy Carmichael, when she is writing, she's asking God to make Christians as mountaineers, which are people obviously climbing mountains who push through any kind of obstacles, whether it's cold weather, whether it's lack of food or oxygen or something like that. Obviously, climbing a mountain is a difficult task to do. So she's asking, Lord, please make us like mountaineers. So in this trial, in the trials of life, help us to keep pushing. Okay, so let's read it together. Make us like mountaineers. We would not linger on the lower slope. Fill us afresh with hope, O God of hope, that undefeated we may climb the hill as seeing him who is invisible. Let us die climbing. When this little while lies far behind us, and the last defile is all alight, in that light we see our leaders in our Lord. What will it be? Okay? Just kind of talking about, let us just go forward in our life, always pushing to be better, always striving to finish the course that was set before us. We've often heard as the human life, as a human course that we're running, or a race that we're running. In this, obviously a mountain that we're climbing, and there's going to be obstacles, there's going to be different things in our life that'll make us want to quit, but help us to keep going, God. And that should be our prayer as Christians. Okay, go ahead to look at page 281. The theme of The Last Defile is living for God. Okay, living for God. I don't think so. Okay. Page 281, the mountains grow unnoticed. You also want to write a note about Emily Dickinson. Okay, she wrote this poem. And just the theme of this, what we see is that we see God's creation in the beauty of the mountains, or God's handiwork in the beauty of the mountains. Nathaniel Hawthorne once wrote, mountains are Earth's undecaying monuments, kind of like one of those natural monuments rather than building one. That's what God gave us. In this poem, The Mountains Grow Unnoticed, Emily Dickinson kind of expresses a similar viewpoint of these mountains. She describes them as, she describes the mountain's strength and beauty. She even says that the sun admires it, okay? So that's kind of like the point of this. Emily Dickinson gives a concise description of the structure of mountains and how they present themselves. The mountains grow unnoticed. Their purple figures rise without attempt, exhaustion, assistance, or applause. In their eternal faces, the sun, with just a light, looks long and last and golden for fellowship at night. So, if you guys notice, she uses a lot of dashes here. Okay, yes. Okay. Mountains grow unnoticed. Okay, as notice there are different uses of dashes here. The mountains dash grow unnoticed, and the reason why she uses these dashes is just to kind of emphasize or kind of pause, so that when we're reading it, in the tone of the way that she would give it. She uses dashes to set off a few words, which separate obviously the mountains from the second part of the verb, causing the reader to pause and to think. So we see these mountains in all of its glory. It's just kind of like focusing on the beauty of the mountains. Go ahead and turn to page 282. We're just flying through these, just some truths that we can find here and there. You want to know Edwin Markham. Just some things about him. He was an American poet, was born on the Oregon frontier, later moving with his mother to a farm in California. As a boy, he developed an interest in poetry, and his love of reading prompted him to plow for his neighbors in order to earn money for more books. He rose to prominence with the publication of his poem, The Man with the Hoe, achieving such recognition that he was later invited by former President Taft to read his poem, Lincoln, the Man of the People, at the dedication of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. Okay? So Edward Markham, we see here that he wrote The Joy. Nature is one of many enjoyments God has given us here on earth. How many of you guys are nature people? You like being outdoors? Okay, some of us like being indoors a lot better. But he loved being outdoors. How when he was outdoors, he found peace. It's kind of the theme here is finding peace in nature, okay? He says, I ride on mountaintops, I ride. So obviously he's outside. I have found my life and am satisfied. Onward I ride in the blowing oats, okay, kind of like the plants that he sees outside. So he notices those. Checking the field lark's rippling notes. It's a bird. Just describing where he finds lots of peace here. Lightly I sweep from steep to steep. Over my head, through the branches high, come glimpses of a rushing sky. The tall oats brush my horse's flanks. Wild poppies crowd on the sunny banks. A bee booms out of the scented grass. A jay laughs with me as I pass. I ride on the hills. This is what happens to him when he's outside. I forgive. I forget life's horde of regrets. All the terror and pain of the chafing chain. Grind on, O cities, grind. I leave you a blur behind. I am lifted, elate. He becomes happy. So he's outside. He enjoys nature, describing all that he finds the joys in. But look at the last few lines. Here the world's heaped gold is a pile of sand. Let them weary and work in their narrow walls. I ride with the voices of waterfalls. I swing as one in a dream. I swing down the airy hollows. I shout, I sing. The world is gone like an empty word. My body's a bough in the wind. My heart a bird. Okay, just kind of describing the joy he feels in nature. He's happy like the wind. His heart is like a bird. It soars like a bird. Different things like that. That is having peace in finding peace in and joy in the beauty of nature. Okay? Tonight for homework, read page 283 to 288. Okay? That's already on the board for you. Page 283 to 288. Kluchman Rock, written by William O. Douglas. Okay? Go ahead and put that away. Your grammar books. For those of you who haven't turned in grammar diagrams yet, it is a 0, so I suggest you turn it in because this week is the last week for the grading period, and those of you who are failing or have low grades, I suggest you turn in your homework, okay? Turn in your grammar books to page number 130, give me one second, 131 in the blue book or green book. Okay, and then page number 146 in the blue book. Okay, page 146. Okay, so we talked about noun clauses, nouns. Page 46. Okay, we do have this unit of nouns. Okay, so we'll start review page 131. Each verb twice and each subject once. Which as it is the subject, direct object of the preposition, positive. translates sermons, pamphlets, and other messages into Spanish. So remember we did that quiz. All the nouns in that one paragraph. Sea life, entire sentence and underline. Identify all. Trans the green book, following along, participating with number 1. Okay, my verb. Is that action? And my subject. What translate, class? Ramon Sanchez as my because we're all falling asleep. As what do we label it as? Subject. Good. Okay. Now, nouns. Any other nouns? Okay. Our church's Spanish. Ramon Sanchez, our church's Spanish pastor. It's in a positive also. Awesome. Further explaining what our subject is. So pastor is in a positive. Translates sermons, pamphlets, and other messages into Spanish. Okay? Is sermons a noun, class? Yeah. What is it? It is the DO. What is also pamphlets? The DO and other messages. What are messages? DO. And then into Spanish. Spanish here, is that being used as a noun? Yes, it is. So what is it being used as? Our object of the preposition. Good. For those in the green book, go ahead and work through these. Let's go with the blue book. Okay, Paul the apostle taught Christians many doctrines. What's my subject and my verb here? Well, let's first find my verb, class. Okay, taught. Action or linking? Action. Joey, what's my subject? Who taught? Paul taught. So Paul is my subject. Good. I would label that noun as the subject. Okay. Same thing here. What is apostle? Is that a noun? Is that a noun, class? It's not a noun. Apostle is the verb. Is apostle a noun? Yes. Okay. So what is it being used as? It isn't a positive. Why? It further explains the noun. Good. Jinx, you guys owe me a soda. Okay? Okay, apostle is my positive. Okay? So Paul taught who or what? Okay, good. He taught doctrines. Good. So what would doctrines be? It is Dio. Or for whom? Which would be my. Okay. Make sure you remember with indirect objects, do they go before or after direct objects, class? Before, okay? Make sure you guys remember that about indirect objects. Anything after direct objects will probably be in parentheses or in prepositional phrases, okay? So, an object there, okay? But we taught Christian, okay? One. Chase. Number 2. Good. This is just a project. My verb here. Not project, Katie project. Okay. Micah? Had. Had is my verb here. Action or linking, Micah? What is it? Action or linking? Class? Not linking. Okay, because look at my complement here. Does project equal class? Everyone look at your book. Okay, does projects equal class? Yes or no? No. Here's why. Because linking verbs link the subject to the predicate, right? So had has to be a action or linking verb. action, okay? It is action you can physically have. In this case, he had, okay? So the class had who or what? What do they have? Project. What is project? It is a DO. Good. Number 2, moral decay has been the downfall of many great nations, okay? In my verb here. What's my subject, Joey? Moral decay. What is my verb? Jasmine? Has been. Moral decay has been what? Bella? Downfall. Okay, so action or link. It is subject. If it's a linking verb, what would downfall be, Cheyenne? Would nations be? An OP, because of is my prepositional phrase. Okay? Look at exercise B. Exercise B. Cross out each incorrect verb in front. Actually, we're not going to do this because it doesn't pertain to unit 14. Let's go to exercise C. Okay? Now, closet. Same thing on my gerund. For those of you in the green book, it is different from the blue book. Exercise C, for those of you in the blue book, is a combination of A, C, D, and E in the green book. Okay, so for those of you in the green book, just pay attention. We'll go through these. But those of you in the blue book, let's do blue book, make sure you're paying attention to what she. To be a missionary nurse is what she most desires. Okay, so we're putting brackets around my noun clauses. What do clauses have, class? Okay, subjects and verbs. Okay, what do gerunds end in? We already said this. What do they end in? ING. What do infinitive phrases consist of, class? 2 plus a verb. So here we have 2 different things, okay? We have to be a missionary nurse is what she most desires, okay? So what do I know is in this? What kind of phrase is here? Class? Okay, what do I put a parenthesis or a underline? What do I underline here? Okay, someone besides Bella. To be a missionary nurse, I underline that because it's my, what kind of phrase? Infinitive, okay? Now, look at what she most desires, okay? What do I do with what she most desires? Destiny? Not parentheses, I put brackets. Why? It's a noun what? Clause. Good, okay? Now, let's identify what these are being used as. So outside of any parentheses or outside of any brackets, what's my verb here, class? Is. What kind of verb is that? Linking verb. Okay, so now we need to find my subject. Yes, Joey? What's my subject of is? Not a nurse. What did we just put what did we just underline? That entire phrase. To be a missionary nurse. That's my entire phrase used as the subject. Good, Ari. Now we found my subject. Now we need to find the use of my clause. Okay? What is what she most desires? It is a PN. Good. Because here's why. My verb is. It's a linking verb. It's linking the clause, which is a noun clause, back to the subject. To be a missionary nurse equals what she most desires. If your verb equals that, we know it's a predicate nominative. Okay? Go ahead and work on the rest of the exercise. Okay? Go ahead and work on the rest of the exercise. Let's go over number 1 in exercise C for those of you in the green book. Okay? Underline each gerund. Okay? Gerunds end in ING. So what's my gerund here? Just the gerund. Micah? Shaking. Good. What's my gerund phrase? Natalie? Shaking hands. Good. Okay. Now we need to find my subject and my verb. What's my verb here, class? What is it? Is. Good. What kind of verb is that? Action or linking? It is linking. So who or what is? What's my subject, class? Shaking hands. Good. Number 1, that's being used as the subject. Number 2, his idea, planting 2 rose bushes by the steps for Mom's birthday, was good. Okay, what do I underline here? What's my gerund? Natalie? Planting. What's my gerund phrase? What all do I circle here, Kayla? Okay, keep going. Good. Okay, that is my entire gerund phrase. Planting 2 rose bushes by the steps for Mom's birthday. Good. Outside of that phrase, what's my verb, Tyler? Was. Good. Okay, was is my verb. Is that action or linking, Brianna? Or number 2? It is linking. Good. Now, what's my subject here, or what was? What is it, Jose? Idea. Idea is my subject. So now we need to figure out what my phrase is being used as. What is planting 2 rose bushes by the steps for Mom's birthday? What noun is that further explaining, Chase? Idea, so it would be and a positive. Good. Okay. Number 3, collecting teacups is Mary's hobby. Okay, what is my gerund here, Eliana? Collecting, what's my gerund phrase? Aaron? Collecting teacups, we can already tell, but what's my verb here? Class? Is, so what's collecting teacups? It is the subject. Good. Okay, go ahead and work on 4, 5, and 6. For those of you in the blue book, let's do number 2. Okay, a player should outwit his opponent by passing the ball to whichever teammate is open. Okay, what did you put brackets around? What did you put parentheses around? Or what did you underline here? Who has this one? Jason? Okay, brackets around whichever teammate is open. That is a noun clause. Okay, what else did you do here, Joey? Parentheses around passing the ball, which is a gerund phrase. Awesome. Now let's look at what they function as. What is passing the ball? Who has this one, Cheyenne? Not an AP. What's the word right before it? It is an OP. Why? Here's why. Because by is a preposition. What do prepositional phrases need, class? Objects, so we know passing the ball is a gerund phrase that is used as the object. Okay, same thing with to whichever teammate is open. What is whichever teammate is open being used as, class? Not an AP, not an infinitive. It is an OP because look at the word right before whichever. What is it, class? To, which is a preposition, okay? In this case, you need to be careful that it's not being used as an infinitive because obviously we know infinitives are phrases. Whichever teammate is open is a clause. Okay, make sure you guys are watching that. Number 3, her idea to give a party for the orphans required them to plan carefully. What did you do here? To give a party for orphans. What did we do here? Underline, parentheses, or brackets, class? Underline, because what kind of phrase is it? No, what kind of phrase is it? Infinitive, gerund? It is an infinitive phrase. To give. There is my to plus a verb there. Okay, what else do I underline here? Joey? To plan carefully. Okay, that's another infinitive phrase there. What is to give a party for the orphans functioning as, class, or being used as? It is an AP. What word is it further explaining? Idea. Good. Required them to plan carefully. What is to plan carefully? What was it? It is a DO. Okay. Good. Okay. Number 4, living a successful life means doing God's will. Okay. What did you underline here? What did you put parentheses around, or what did you bracket off, Jasmine? Living a successful life means doing God's will. Good. Living a successful life is parentheses. What kind of phrase is it? What kind of phrase? Gerund or infinitive? Gerund, because it ends in ing. Same thing with doing God's will. Okay, that would also go in parentheses. Now let's find what it's being used as. Okay, what's my verb here outside of those parentheses? Means. What kind of verb is that? Action or linking? This one is linking. Okay, because you can't means. That's not an action. Okay, so what's my subject here? Who or what means? Living a successful life means who or what? Doing God's will. So what would doing God's will be? A predicate nominative. Living a successful life equals doing God's will. Good. Okay. Do 5, 6, and 7 for homework for those of you in the blue book. Okay. Let's do, for those of you in the green book, let's do page 132, exercise D, numbers 1 and 2. Okay. Numbers 1 and 2. Underline the infinitive. Draw a box around the infinitive phrase. Then we're identifying the use. Okay? Number 1, his goal to lose 10 pounds was attainable. Okay? What do we do here? Okay? What's my infinitive? Kayla? To lose. What's my infinitive phrase? What do I draw a box? Elias? Oh, sorry. Tyler? To lose 10 pounds. Now we need to find the use. Okay? What is to lose 10 pounds further explaining, class? Goal, which is the subject. So what would to lose 10 pounds be used as? In a positive, AP. Good. Number 2, their dream was to own a small farm. Okay, what is my infinitive here? Brianna? To own. What's my phrase? What's my phrase? Eliana? To own a small farm. Good. Now let's find my verb outside of that phrase. What's my verb here? Natalie? Was. Who or what was? Hudson? What's my subject? Number 2. Dream was. What kind of verb is was, class? Action or linking? It is linking. So Cody, what would to own a small farm be? Predicate nominative. Good. Moving to exercise E. Exercise E. Brackets around the noun clause. Write the use of each clause. Okay, for those of you in the green book, what do clauses have that phrases don't? What do clauses have that phrases don't? No words. Okay, it's pretty simple. Clauses have subjects and verbs. Good. Okay. Who said that? You said that? And Aaron? Good. Clauses have what, class? Everybody. Subjects and verbs. So, what introduce clauses? Okay? Signal words introduce clauses, right? So we're looking for signal words here, like the word whichever, or whoever, or if, or that. Okay, so we're looking for those signal words in a noun clause. Okay, number 1, Mary and Martha hoped that Jesus would heal their brother Lazarus. What is my noun clause in this sentence? Jose? That Jesus would heal their brother Lazarus. Outside of that clause, what's my verb here, class? Hoped. Who or what hoped? Mary and Martha. Good. Mary and Martha hoped what? That Jesus would heal their brother Lazarus. So, if that answers who or what kind of verb is my word hoped? What kind of verb is my word hoped? Subject? It is action. So, what would that Jesus would heal their brother Lazarus be used as, class? The D-O. Okay, Cody, do you hear what you're saying? Okay, you said subject when we're looking. We already found our subject. Okay, make sure you're paying attention. Number 2. Mr. and Mrs. Wells are who won the door prize. Okay, who can raise their hand and tell me what my clause is here. Emma? Who won the door prize? Outside of that clause, what's my verb, class? Class? My verb? Are. Are is my verb. Who or what are? Mr. and Mrs. Wells are. What kind of verb is that? Action or linking? Linking. So what would who won the door prize be? It is a predicate nominative. Okay? For those of you in the green book, your homework tonight is page 132, exercise F, doing exactly what we did on page 146 in the blue book, but now you're finding your noun clauses, putting brackets around them, parentheses around your gerund phrases, and underlining your infinitive phrase. Then each part you're identifying what it's being used as. Okay, we'll go over those tomorrow. Yes, Brianna? Oh, yeah, you don't even have to ask. Okay, so exercise F, page 132 in the green book. Exercise C, page 146 in the blue book. Any questions? I'll write that down on the board. Okay, go ahead and take out your vocab. We do have a quiz tomorrow, so make sure you guys are studying that. But let's go through the words. Did we already do exercise A together?
No.
Let's do that right now, okay? List 19, page 48 and 49. Okay, go ahead and start working on those, and then we'll go through them in class. I suggest that you participate because exercise A is your homework, so that we can get that done and out of the way, and then all you have to do for your vocab tonight is to study for your test or for your quiz tomorrow. Okay, who has number 1? Blank of extinct volcanoes exist in all low countries on the western side of the Apennines. Kayla and Eliana, it's the same thing. Tattered cloth and some long-wooded poles were the only blank of our attempts at making a tent last summer. Class number 1 is vestige. Okay. Do you think shoals of extreme volcanoes make, like a bank of extinct volcanoes make sense? A bar or reef pertaining to volcanoes? Okay. Number 1 is vestige, which is traces or signs of extinct volcanoes exist. Number 2, the Blank brothers were angry when their father bequeathed his fortune to an orphanage. I would also be very angry as well. Just kidding. Okay. Who has this one? Aaron? The what? Not voracious. Okay. Okay, it would make sense here, but there's another word here because voracious is used in another sentence here. But number 2 is grasping, covetous, or greedy. Okay, that's number 2. Number 3, born into slavery in 1856, Booker T. Washington was blank only to have to continue working laborious jobs or back-breaking jobs. What was number 3? Raise your hand. Joey? Emancipated. Good. Okay, he was born into slavery, but then after he was emancipated or set free from bondage, only to have to continue working in backbreaking jobs. Number 4, the knight blanked his sword after the battle. Who has this one? Someone besides Aaron. John? He sheathed his sword after battle. He enclosed in a protective covering. Good. Number 5, God uses blank illnesses to make Christians dependent upon him. Or difficulties that life may bring, such as blank illnesses or tight finances, should draw us closer to God. Okay, but what kind of illness can God use to make Christians dependent on him, class? Chronic illnesses. Okay, number 6. All information in a paragraph should be blank to the topic sentence. Who has this one? Ari? Pertinence. Okay, everything in a paragraph should be related to your topic sentence. You shouldn't include random sentences in there. Number 7, John Milton was a blank reader that he read many English, Latin, Greek, and Italian works. Number 7 is also pertaining to the goats, Eliana and Kayla. Okay, but what would number 7 be? Micah? Voracious. Okay, voracious. Number 10, ravenous, greedy, or insatiable. Okay, number 10 for Kayla and Eliana, it's kind of the same thing, consuming large amounts of food. Okay, voracious. Number 8, the hostages were blank and weak from months of captivity. Jason? Gaunt. Good. Which is abnormally lean, haggard looking, thin, all of those. Number 9, many Scots believe that a monster lives in the blank waters of Loch Ness. Class? Murky waters. And then number 10, the wreck of Hesperus describes how a ship was destroyed on a blank named Norman's Woe. Class? Shoal, on a reef, on a bank, whatever fits in that category, it would be shoal. Okay? Make sure you are studying for vocab tonight. You guys are dismissed. I'll write your homework on the board. Make sure it is written down so that you got it for all tomorrow.
Hello, hello. Sorry about the volume being away. Hopefully you got the notes at least. They're on the screen. The volume must have cut out for a second. I'm sorry for that. Everyone good with this one? No. All right, just a couple more and then we're done. Couple meaning how many?
3, 2.
A couple is 2. If you didn't know that, a couple is 2. I said a few more 2 ago. A few means 3 or more. Several means 4 or more. Couple means 2. All right, moving on. Get it from someone else. And now it won't work. This is why. All right, this is our next location we need to talk about. Okay, Leyden, Holland. Okay, this place became the temporary home for the Pilgrims when persecution in England became too severe. Okay, basically, again, the Puritans, not only did they stand for the Bible, they wanted to purify the church. Okay, but the main reason why the king didn't like them was because of what? They stood for Republican government. Okay, so they were in Scrooby, England, but obviously once they found them, they're like, hey, okay, this is not going to be good. You got to correlate with us or bad things are going to happen. They were persecuted. So they went to this place in Holland. Where is Holland, or what country do we know Holland to be in? Netherlands. Okay, if you guys know anything, if you'll let me go back. Just go back this picture real quick. Okay, you see this body of water. England is an isle known as the British Isles. Okay, the body of water is surrounding it. On the other side of the water, okay, you go through the English Channel. Okay, you have Netherlands. I should have pulled up a better map. I'm sorry I didn't. I didn't really think about it before. Okay, but we should know where it is. What?
You look at me so much.
Because you're looking at me. I look at everyone so much. All right, but we see a few things in Holland, and then we're done. This is our last one. Okay, life in Holland was difficult for the Pilgrims. They moved from their homeland. These are some families. Maybe they moved with nothing. Okay, maybe they got there and they knew someone. Maybe they grew stuff. Okay, but they didn't really have a ton of stuff when they first went there. Which one? Which one? It was worldly. I get you. I can't change it right now. I'll change it. I'm sorry. A worldly place. You're right. Okay, but life in Holland, again, was difficult for the Pilgrims. These are the 3 main reasons. Work restrictions were placed on English immigrants saying, hey, okay, jobs come to natives of Netherlands or people that are already there first, so it's hard to find jobs. Okay, children were forced to work long hours and neglect schooling. Okay, so they're uneducated. Wouldn't you guys wish that? No, you don't. You think you do, but you wouldn't wish that. To work full-time jobs, 50 hours a week instead of school? No, you don't. No. Nope. No, I'm just kidding. You would probably get lunch breaks, maybe. I don't know.
Then you get sleeping probably.
What? In a second. Okay, last one. It was a worldly place. A worldly place. Okay, 4 homework tonight. 4 homework tonight. Thank you, Destiny, for letting me borrow your book. Okay, there is no quiz tomorrow except for the volleyball girls. Make sure, okay, we're going to take it at lunch. Okay, I'll allow you guys to eat first, but that last like 10, 15 minutes of lunch, get ready. I'm going to call you all over. We'll either come in here or something. You'd rather do it first? First? Would you like to do it right away? All right, I can do that. I'll head over here right after my class. Make sure you stay in here. We'll take that quiz. All right, 4 homework tonight.
No.
Let's see. Do I want you guys to read? No, I don't. I'm just kidding. All right, page 219. I can't change it right now because USB. Page 219, section review 17.2. Page 219. Everyone write it down. Joey, write it down. Put the Legos down. Page 219, section review 17.2. Questions. There's a lot of them on there, isn't there? 1 through 6 all. 1 through 6 all. That's it. 1 through 6 all. Okay, that's about the same you guys always do. You usually do like 5. This time it's 6. It's not that many, guys. And they're very easy. Okay, page 219. 17.2 section review. 1 through 6 all. You guys are dismissed. Yes, I'll get the stuff for you. Just learners, let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you're turning in your work. Mia Bell, I don't have a lot of your work. Jezra, you're doing a good job. Emily, I'm missing a lot of yours, but I did get your tests. Make sure you check out My School Works. You can see what you're missing or what you have zeros in. You can turn in some of it. Some of it will be marked late. Some of it you can't get credit for. Let me know if you have questions. We'll see you tomorrow. Get out here.
I made a couch.
Someone does.